배틀을 이미 졌던가. 아, 와, 10분 남았다. 힘과 지능이 필요한 양손 근접 무기입니다. 형태 변환 스킬을 사용할 수 있게 해줍니다. 오랜만에 POE2나 들어가 볼까요? 이제 곧 있으면 POE2 새 시즌도 끝나기 때문에 (8분) 남았으니까 한번 들어가나 보죠. 아, 나코님 어서오세요. 좋은 새벽입니다. 드디어 라이브군요. 와우. 아우. 밤을 지새우고 계세요? 어쩌다가 밤을 지새우고 계십니까? 저는 좀 자고 왔지요. 5분 남았으니까. 와, 진짜 오랜만이다. 한 달 반 만인가? 한 달 만인가? Holy sweat. 캐릭터는 드루이드만 나오겠죠? 새로운 어센던시 나오려나? 기존 캐릭터에? 그러면 또 재밌을 것 같긴 하네요. 아, 로딩이 왜 이렇게 길어? 에이. 새로운 액트가 나오려나? 드롭스야 뭐 스프린트인 거 확인했고, 타고난 번개 저항이 속성이에요? 저항 최대치 쪽에 의미가 있으려나? 주문 피해고. 그러면 패시브 트리가 이거는 POV로 보는 게 좋겠다. 들어가짐. WASD 이상해요. 뭐가 이렇게 많이 팔려있냐? 아마 이쪽이겠죠? 주문 피해, 근접 피해. 아마 10시 쪽이겠죠? 드루이드는? 들켰네. 아까까지만 해도 한로로 유튜브 영상 보다가 와가지고 들켰군요. 아마 10시일 거고, 드루이드 그거 뭐야, 저거 뜬 거 보셨어요? 중국 유출된 거? 그거나 잠깐 볼까요? 어차피 바로 보여줄 거긴 한데 다 볼 필요는 없고, 늑대 이거 늑대인데 와, 좀 빨라 보이더라고요. 곰은 좀 별로인 것 같고, 새도 좀 별로? 저런 게 유출이 되었었습니다. 이따가 제대로 나올 거예요. 바로 보여주지 않을까 싶은데요. 트레일러라서. 아, 2분 남았다. 아, 엔드게임 어떻게 개편되려나? 드롭스 진행되고 있겠지? 잠깐만요. 아, 아직 아닌가? 딱 4시에 시작하나봐요. (1분) 홀리 쉣. 트위치 드롭스 4시에 딱 시작하네요. 신규템 DB 안 떴습니다. 아직 아무것도 안 떴어요. 드루이드 캐릭터 나오고 새로운 무기 탈리스만을 쓴다는 거까지만 DB에 나와 있고요. 아무것도 없습니다. 탈리스만은 양손 무기로 되어 있고, 그러게요. 아, 검 진짜 재밌을 것 같은데. What?
XL2 and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of XL2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream,
드롭스
so you'll be able to
새로
claim your
고침하셔서
verdant wild
드롭스
spell draw
받으시죠.
effect by following the instructions below. Now today it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of XL2, The Last of the Druids.
역시 바로 트레일러 나오네요. 야해.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with him?
Ah, he's lost his bloody mind.
의식이랑 리추얼리스트 쪽이 왜 나오지? 얘가 좀 빨라 보인단 말이죠. 늑대. 이건 좀 별로.
I will find you, Eve.
Now, as you can see, the druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow druids were destroyed by the king in the mists, the druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time,
아,
giving
여기
you a good chance
차네.
to turn into an animal and rage out.
오른쪽에.
But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that druids use,
Talisman.
animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's
인내
furious
충전이
slam.
되네요. 스킬을
While
쓰면.
in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The
삼성이야.
more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear.
함성을
Use
집어넣을
the
수
Warrior's
있군요.
Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode.
그럼 적들이
Or
폭발하고.
use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do. You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Cow. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer.
뒤지게 느린데요.
Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time,
오, 이건 좀
generating even
좋은데?
more rage to power your other abilities. A true bear apocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form.
이거지.
For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on two legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolfman into your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have, so make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off.
아, 징표를 찍고 특정 스킬을 쓰면
Just like with the
징표를
bear's
소모하네.
raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a metagem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time.
그쵸.
The wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect.
아, 경로를 쌓으려면 곰 형태로 변신해서 경로 쌓고 다시
Alright,
늑대로
let's talk
변신하고.
about the third form available to the druid, and I think it's a cool one. The Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online.
권능 충전을 하고.
Using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks.
예?
Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting.
아니 용이 몰려드는 막을 말했어?
But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage. Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it.
아,
Now there are a few
뭔가-
other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell totems. Spell totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time.
오,
In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage.
토템
And your wyvern
괜찮은데요?
form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed. But they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast. But you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles.
저거지.
Accelerated growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along. And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well. Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries, or on the Warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover. Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are. And with
Rage가
Furious
spell
Wellspring,
damage.
you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells. With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman.
오,
These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build. You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle perfected the power of foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage. And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing their spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now, of course, the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040.
아,
We
치즈
still have a
고양이님
bunch
어서
more to
오세요.
show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
The palace of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn. The temple has many functions, and with
아,
it,
이게 뭐야?
a chance to save the Vaal.
조선한.
A gateway through time.
방금 뭘 본 거죠?
Travel into the past again and again. Alter the temple. Uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice.
희생? 뭐야 저거?
And somewhere in the deepest chamber.
네, 새로운 클래스에 나왔습니다. 드루이드.
I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like
야해. 어머머.
it adores me.
어머.
Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely.
액트 1이네요.
After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make
temple.
sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the
Oh, yeah,
doors will
Hatsiri.
slam shut behind you, and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, If you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple. After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So, that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Laraval,
저 스킬
he
처음
will
보는데요?
attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Itzeri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Val. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Itzeri to prevent the Val from ever being destroyed.
아찔이랑 싸우는 건가 봐요. 오.
Itzeri is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Val technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item.
예.
But placing it next to a
진짜
thaumaturge
떡하네.
to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time,
오.
adding another enchantment.
타락된 걸 또 타락할 수
This has the
있어요?
capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But
Twice
be
crafted.
warned, the Val are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
이게 떡하네.
Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities. For example,
잼
a
떡하.
level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Val construct to fight. But if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalitzi's thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualotl's thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get
아,
a
수빈님
sacrificial
어서 오세요.
chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Val unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod.
오,
For
오.
example, this soul mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside.
토템을
Now, one extra thing to mention about these file
생성하면
crafting
25%.
machines. You
공시소.
don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead,
오.
allowing you to do the craft later
Holy
or trade
shit.
it if you want. Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself?
어?
After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time. Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Queeper-Lartal's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight. Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the soccer balls back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it. Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the in-game. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Vaal works well for late-game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple,
뭐야 이건?
allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure and not interrupt your mapping
이런 스킬이
too often.
있었어요?
Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Vaal, you will get to face Adzeri while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Vaal herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adzeri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form.
야해.
Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards.
진짜 아찔이네.
This is Adzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the Fate of the Vaal League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the League mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame. If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run.
태블릿이야?
You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function. Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree.
Huh.
You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss. But there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal. Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths. You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that.
Oh.
In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well.
아,
This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter.
환영은 그대로야?
Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency.
오,
Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give.
좋은데요?
Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Veil does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes.
오, 하락도
Now,
돼?
with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey. Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level. This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we'll need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes. Now, Most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often.
지정한 자 뭐야?
We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes.
아, 홍홍님 어서
To top
오세요.
it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree. These changes should go a long way to increase the
skill.
viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalgurin packs.
그래,
Each tier contains
팔아야지.
the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue character effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you. The Precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it. Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items.
어잉? 저런 게 있었어요?
The relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges
오늘을
consumed
내주네요.
on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalgurin pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Kalgurins had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat. The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of. Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalgurin fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself. A Kalgurin seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and, of course, a peg leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, 2-hand maces, and shields. After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout, a home of some of the most deadly ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast.
프레임 보소.
Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant kraken waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. Thank you very much for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes. With release at the end of next week,
와, Q&A를 2시간 15분 동안 한다고요?
information you'll need for the release.
그 다음에 패치
Keep an eye
노트라고요?
on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering Lost Vale secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
화장실 갔다 올게요.
Welcome back, Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am your host, Ziggy D, and today we're going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the fate of the Vile League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this, though, is like, Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how
패시브 트리 아직 안
that we
떴겠죠?
sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly
언제 트리?
powerful. Like
Yes.
you know the like you know we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the...
라이브까지 볼 건 아니라고 봅니다. 뭐 따로 뜬 거 없겠지? 아직 정보 안 떴죠? 좀 기다립시다. 기다리면서 소리는 켜놓을게요.
Like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools, and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. and that adds a whole other complication because like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. Like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example. Like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, like being able to walk while also spinning it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
드루이드는 모르겠고요. 주문 쪽 조금 재밌어 보이고.
This is not working.
Right. Well, I also remember like for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just
패치노트가 빨리 떴으면 좋겠네요.
It looked really silly. And, like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe. Like I wanted to actually get the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Or are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like as a wolf, just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs, you start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's
Actually,
pretty cool.
An interesting thing there, I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, a bit of a tank. You actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing. And like
홈페이지 업데이트가
which is
됐는데요.
like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
It was even more than that because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it does. From rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
Yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think like what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources that a wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like
스킬 지속 시간
but
증가.
I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah,
저기 근처에 있으면
that's what's going on here. But you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately
힘들대가
transport to a
뭐지?
bear mid slam as
You
you're, like,
absolutely
slamming the
can.
ground,
So
like,
the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff. You can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear, or wyvern, well that's giving
물리
you is the
데미지를
default check,
80%를 콜드
that's
데미지로
all it is,
바꾸고.
right? And that often will guide you like what skills you're picking and so on. But you can just use with that same talisman
근접이고
as many different animal
공격
skills as you would like.
스킬이네요.
That just means that you've got that sort of free flowing, like trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we, like to try and get. So obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like I absolutely expect that. But there's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforward, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there. But also, you with this whole class, you had the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well. I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see, even just from a design perspective, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this?
스펠 토템에다가
But effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time
스킬들을
kind of
꽂아서
effects
쓰는 거겠죠?
that so for example with the
마나 코스트네.
volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing,
메타잼이고.
and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5
인내랑 권능
why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else?
차지가
Right? Like, so it's like that kind of
많을수록
stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term
권능
thing as a human,
차지는
but then being an
권능
animal, you
차지당
can
10% 모어
augment
데미지고
that so that it improves it. So for example, with the
인내는
tornado,
20%
it's got a similar mechanic to the little
체력
blisters that the hunters have,
증폭이네요.
where ground effects can empower it with
지속 시간 증폭시켜주고.
extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, you know, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, yeah, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it.
It's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each
이거
of these skills
좋다.
also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and it just
대상을
it's becoming
동결할
growingly
때
more complicated.
Yeah.
But that's also what's fun about the game and
분노당
all the things you
1%씩.
can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, you know, there was the I want to be all forms going between. There was the I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a
불타는
dragon.
회복.
And now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well. And it honestly just, it does just spiral into like,
요거 스킬 마음에
oh my
드네요.
god, there's 20 million variables
석공은
here.
별로고.
But it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play,
석공 이거는 좀
then
마음에
honestly we're
들고.
golden. So, you know,
화살 세례.
I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with
요거
this class,
재밌어
but I should say
보이는데요?
we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing.
Yeah.
Despite, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still something, obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot
이번
going on, a lot of
리그는
enjoyment.
타락이 주겠네.
I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer and, you know, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun.
타락
placing six
아이템들의
volcanoes and then
속성이랑
just slamming on them.
좋은
I was like, all right,
아이템을
sweet, you do
찾아서
you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating
해야
bosses in
되겠군요.
bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form,
Yep.
and then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground and they're exploding. And there was definitely some boss deletion going on there.
Even just walking past the just many entangles going out, and then there's that plant support.
장비 또는 보석 아이템을 예측할 수 없게 수정하거나 파괴합니다.
C chat being like, no Ziggy, don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing.
아,
Let's say
보석이 아니라
it's-
이거죠?
There was a
그
thing that was like double generating rage, so I'm like, I don't know if this was intended.
Right, right.
Like, no.
아,
designer
맞네.
said that's
장비
probably not
또는
intended.
보석.
Thanks, Ziggy. I'm
Sure.
like,
I don't know.
잼 타락.
Sorry,
we'll see
guys,
where
not
that
again.
goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
this is a fish.
It made it to me, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because
파괴될 확률이
when you
50%.
first slam, and then the
So-
fishes every time they pulse, it generates.
이미
rage. I'm
부패한
like,
아이템에 두 번째 마법을 부여할 수
the
있지만
totem's making it pulse, and that's
더블
generating
컬업이죠.
rage,
Right.
I'm
Oh.
like, that
Okay, no,
doesn't
that's interesting.
seem
That's very
intentional.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that because that's like
Okay.
Fine.
ridiculously powerful. That
Yeah,
feels like way permissive. I was
Right.
like, this feels illegal, but that's like, you gotta let a few things in.
아,
there.
레벨이
It's
오르고
illegal.
퀄리티가 올랐어요.
Doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe I didn't get a nerf. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, you know, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, you know, I'm just an authority on the matter.
인챈트가 두 개 붙은
I
거죠?
want to
더블
actually
컬업이라.
discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but, you know, my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem, you know? So
Yeah, you got it.
we'll see what happens, but whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you ruined it. Now people will know the
저주
change.
스킬을
and now-
지원합니다.
They'll see the thing not generating rage, and yeah, they'll see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. It's just helping
지원되는
find
저주
bugs.
스킬은 적이 그 안에 있는 동안 저주를 걸 수
So,
있는 영역을 생성합니다.
Like the shapeshifting stuff comes
파괴적인
from this
빗기둥은
trinket,
폭발합니다.
was the talisman.
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my Mace Marauder or my
Yep,
Quarterstaff.
생명력의
and I wanna deal with
25%를
Leap Slam that marks
희생하고
You can do it. In fact, it was one of the things
4초마다
actually
파워
that,
충전,
was funny with the,
권능
warrior teams.
충전하고
Initially, like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for
Yes.
the, you know, for the druid the whole time. And I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal.
재물이
You actually
살아있는
commit to every
동안은
single class
생명력과
is gonna
만화가
have,
5% 재생되고
three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver.
Maximum effort.
It's like, yeah, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with
공물
a lot of
희생하면 하면
But yeah, that was what
생명력
it's
25%
like their kind of
이르면서
fifth thoughts, I think it shifts
권능
to.
충전
It almost sounds
제공하고.
like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But yeah, it would have been completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times
Like,
for every
all right,
character class.
voice actors, everybody come back and we need to roar like a bear.
Exactly,
What?
exactly. But yeah, effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the end of the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is
뭐예요?
actually, you know, how it works. And
Oh.
what
실
allows,
임계값을 추가하고 임계값에 도달하면 무작위 수정자를 흡수하고 다른 수정자의 숫자까지
it's the
사용할 수
same. I
있습니다.
mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
Yeah,
you know,
right,
like,
okay.
yeah.
Damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you know, you can turn into Calm as a bear.
That's unique
but,
item territory for the future.
Yeah, well, yeah, it often gets talked about like the idea of like, oh, why are things like so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like there's maybe in the future you're like, oh, well, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the
분상된
identity of a
희귀
weapon type
안지나
really comes
목걸이
a lot from what it can
아이템을
do,
쓰면
and so that's the kind of the main reason why we do it that way. But yeah, but the thing is as well with the weapon swapping, I mean, so you can still use skills from different elements.
Yeah.
Sorry, different weapons and things
Well,
like that.
the thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear because, like, definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining, like, this bear skill that plays
아찌리의
fishes
규칙.
with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like, there's, like, very obvious, like, cross synergy build
Well, I
there.
mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got like strength versus strength.
주문 투사체로 거울을 맞추면 거울이 산산조각 나고
like crossover just so that
투사체가
to open up the
복사됩니다.
way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Yeah.
Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, you know, iterating, and thus they will always cross
레벨만
synergize.
나와
And,
있고 코스트 없는 걸로
there still will be
봐서는
new things a class
버프인 걸
offers, yes, there's always going
봐서는
to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and
그냥
there's a plant keyword that
자동적으로 써지는 스킬인가 봐요.
It's interesting actually those ones because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got Dex versus Strengthened, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the
추가
like, where the mechanics should go
피지컬
on one side
피해.
versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature
이거는 너무
side of things for plants on the
저쪽 아닌가?
Strength is like you've got the poison on the Dex side versus the kind of like just pure
블러드
nature
메이지 하라는 거
physical
아닌가?
damage spells on the strength inside. But that's been fun
스태프죠?
though, now it's actually been really fun designing the supports because
양손.
you know, the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree where like now you've got some interesting interaction.
어비스는 치면은 서판으로 바뀌었고요.
Plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work. All the plants can, you know, like plant stuff all has mechanics.
그리고 이
Like
서판이
watering the
그 누구야?
ranger's plants is like,
중재자 한 번
they'll
잡으면
have ways that that works.
희귀까지 띄울 수
it
있고
definitely opens up interesting party options in the
Right,
future as
그
well.
파락
I do like the idea
오브
of a greedy druid water.
를 통해서
It's easy.
이거였나?
It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks, Druid. you
오브를
buffed
통해서
poison
타락도
rangers.
시킬 수 있고요.
Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah.
Good, yes. And the rain.
인챈트
buff
붙일 수
lightning
있겠죠?
skills as
새로운
well, like
파락
increasing
인챈트들
structure.
선도장에
It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you like kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is, and even a lot of the like druid stuff is pretty.
기다립시다.
Like, oh, you got plants,
두
and you got,
시간?
like nature, and you got like lifting up the earth.
금방이지.
and sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, for that, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly right. That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare, exactly right. So we're like, okay, we'll have a yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. You know, so that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we're looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version. Obviously, being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements. And then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like what animal is ranged. Like it's not really like it's kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so eventually we settled on the wyvern. I mean, someone of course at one point was like, how about a dragon? And we're like, what the heck? What are you talking about? But then eventually I thought about it, and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because like there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
it eventually it was hard though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for strength int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration actually, as well, like energy recharge, I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something.
Sorry
cooler.
for my slight disingenuousness.
Do something cooler.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, oh, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits. That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad, but we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got, like, wings to, something defensive for block, or something for, hard carapace maybe, or... I don't know, the fact it has wings, something to do with the wings,
much dragon lore to pull from. I got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore. I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet, yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold finds?
Yeah, totally.
That sounds like it.
Eat piles of gold for buffs or something.
There's gold over there. Quick, shapeshift, pick it up, shapeshift back. No, I'm obviously joking, please. I'm not doing that.
Gold find, no, please don't. Mandatory dragon gold find build. I know it's kind of funny though. It's distinctly PoE. So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the Templar, we had the idea more of like you've got the armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah, look, it's a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know I can't never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skinned thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin. There's like things like that we've added, but it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange, like getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop. But I mean, it is what it is. Kind of has to be that way.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure, you can get full armor if you want, but
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff.
Yeah, so you could build more strength when depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it, where it's like that's
I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor, in order to kind of make it so you are like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work. There's nothing saying. I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid, and then the zealot's oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually, like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, this is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
yeah, I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of, I think there's an extra. I can't remember what it's doing. There's one that says "do not translate" on it, so it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there.
대몽 보조겠죠?
It was based on what's it called? PoE one's is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I can't remember. Too many names. But you know, it's based on that, but not exactly the same. Like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's a rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity, where it like what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like, if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get to rampage around for twice as long. You know, so a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just
공주가 안
filled
눌렀다.
with just placeholder
이런.
garbage. Like actually, like there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game really. You know, it's like what are we doing with that? You know, it's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And but we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and
앞으로
sorcerers
2시간이면
have more
7시에 나오겠죠?
energy shield stuff on that kind of
7시까지
direction
노가리나
around towards the
깝시다.
druid, and warrior has more, and you know, and I don't just mean energy, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
It is nice we finally have a class in every different part of this tree, so like we don't have this like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it. And then like, I have to wonder, like, you added the Oracle class. Like, I saw the Shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expected. Then I saw the Oracle. You guys had like 100, what is it, 130 extra passes. So far. Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems ridiculous.
it's fun.
Because it's cool. Because it's cool. There
That's
really
the
is
best
no other
reason you could ask for, right?
Yeah.
I was like,
What more could you want?
I really went through. I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's more about, you know, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, you know, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class, and it was all themed around, you know, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you take? And so it's this interesting, like,
It's an existential crisis as a node.
That fits pretty
아 근데
initially
로아
I was
너프 해야
doing
되는데.
my little blurbs about them to you know get them in the live stream, and I was like, it's got all the passive
빨리 패치 노트가 나왔으면
I
좋겠네요.
thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class, and it's easy, by the way, to as designers to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really like that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like, if we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, like we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and we have, that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the oracle passives, and every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine. You know, you don't have to, or pick other nodes on the same class. You know, you don't have to take that node. So
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover if you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the oracle ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool, that's fun.
Yeah, look, there's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that, you know, to the build guides and all that kind of stuff. So you know, like,
I love the secret stuff. I actually got my secret Abyssal Lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual final a secret, and maybe there's more. Well, you
want to do
never
more of that,
know.
don't you? I can tell. Look at him. He wants to do more.
I love it. I actually I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan, I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure, but I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed,
Yeah.
movement speed on gear and everything will affect you in your
깜짝
movement
놀랐네, 안
and
밀려서.
forms. It's not like... I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you, this thing's not affecting
Right.
you.
Well, I mean, effectively, so we're doing the changing form by utilizing weapon swaps. So you've got two weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. Yeah, like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. It's like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how it works, but the basic, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I didn't ever have to actually go in and
No, you don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability. So therefore, you don't have to actually tweak it. You just put it in and it kind of works.
If I use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. So like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program.
Right.
Like I have on some other builds. Like that's where it's a bit
Mostly that's just because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both. Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But because it makes it much simpler, you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that. All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Val expansion. And there's definitely more of a like clear divide between the two things, and you even actually made two separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like two completely clashing themes in the trailer. So in the end we were like, normally of course we make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these two things in a kind of reasonable way. So in the end we decided to go with two trailers and just like show the content completely separately.
They're not connected. Like,
No, not at all, right?
They're not.
Oh.
Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not connected.
That just happened. That was total accident, by the way. It was just like two totally unrelated.
Yes, sure. I was praising the equality of it. Like, yeah, I was great. These buttocks is for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous League mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat.
So I mean, there's a few things going on there. So like initially,
새로운 레인저
this league, unlike I think
번직이 나올 수도
too much
있다는
of the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more, kind of like
찌라시 같으네요.
through the campaign, the different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about how what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the league. So like if we'd have had it so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like okay, it's just not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms, like it's kind of a bit simpler, like to start out with. And then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up. You go into the past, you've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make two versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the league has a lot more going on, and it just doesn't kind of break you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like dark horror, gothic, secondary. I'm 3 dimensions deep of like
Yeah.
I'm in the past or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally, is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Vaal sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. There's a ton of variations of those where for like each act we're like in like each area we're thinking like, okay, we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are, like do a bit of material reskin, stuff like that. Like that's kind of the stuff that we now need to do to sort of make it feel like you're not breaking the world stuff.
The PoE1 style, betrayal basement. You just like, okay, so there's just a basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, that just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like, we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. You're like, this makes sense. I'm not just in a basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Vaal is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So I was a bit worried about like Tone of Act 1 with the Vaal stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that
Well, I mean, it's a matter of making it feel like there's some ancient ruin. Then later someone came along, like some Mesomites went there and they built some stones around it because they're like, what is this thing? And like, we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location and that kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality of what you want to be doing.
So I'd say that like it does sort of. I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like,
2시간 너무 길다.
When we did Zero Two, the league was a little bit like, it was just the Mesmerian spirits and like.
패치노트가 이렇게 늦게 나오죠?
Didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed, and then with 030, I think we did a lot better. Like it came a lot better, but I still don't think we quite got there in terms of
that was like
the
PoE1 level kind of.
And then this one here, I think like you get up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering in PoE2, like post release and everything, like the amount of content you need for it. Like it needs to be quite sizable and good. And it did take a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it. It sort of shows you what we can do when we.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you're effectively kind of like locked in, committing to the expansions.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but it's wrong. And honestly, the scope did explode a little bit because when we, I think that one of the things. So when I initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like, and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of PoE2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff, and it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like, there are so many new rewards and things in just in the temple. It's crazy. There's a lot there. Like certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff. I mean, we could take some inspiration from what PoE1 did with Incursion, in terms of double crops and stuff, but we had to make it work in the PoE2 context. There's just a lot there.
Yeah, I followed your progress with designing this one from the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that is that it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to say it.
So you recommended that I play this game called Loop Hero, and I really enjoyed it. And then, I mean, everyone's going to think that the game we're inspired by is Blueprints, but it actually wasn't. It was Loop Hero.
It was so good because I told you about that game, and then it was like a week later or something, you sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that's for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. Because it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like work on this design. One of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of like of writing it, which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And just make and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like a whole thing that a bunch of other people worked on and made really look really awesome. But yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home.
Yeah, I just really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little metagame things, and just that dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me. It's really fun. You know, and I just like coming up with all the little ways that they can interact and that kind of thing, and you know, try to make things feel a bit different and that kind of stuff. It's a good time.
Yeah, and it's got this like iterative design where you're building a temple, you run it like it's a really small one first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building in what you're doing each time. It's like a weird kind of like roguelike thing without being a roguelike itself. Yeah, exactly. So does with that design then, I'm curious, like does it like fully reset at some point? Like for example, when you kill that Zeri?
It never fully resets, but when you kill at Zeri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this kind of destabilization thing. It goes back to not the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. That's just that effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play. So it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally, those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can, yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room. You can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah. I mean, it's absolutely intended that you'll do that. I mean, once you've defeated it Zeri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that, then you absolutely will like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff, and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to stabilize. Because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill it Zeri, then it will it'll only pull you back. I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then you can just juice it really high and you can have really challenging in-game scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable. Yeah. We wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty like end relevant. Of course,
yeah. It gets pretty hectic with all those mods, with how many rooms are on there and like.
But also just other things that you want to do, like so for example at the start of the game, you can only you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, and now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like map for a while, then like do a bunch of things.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps and then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want. So
or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store 10
anywhere
runs
in between.
10 runs if you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep seeing like, you guys have thought of it.
Well, the thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff. I mean, like so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple instead of having to craft inside the temple thing. Yes. Like that's just a hard learned lesson from PoE 1 where you just need to.
You say we thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit. Personally, but the thing with the killing architect and Zeri, destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people. Right. You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing. Yeah. Where it's like, we've now on PoE 1, we separated those two things so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. Or I could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak. But yeah, like getting
something to react to. They're just talking about the temple. I want like deep questions,
But it's a thing. We say we've thought about it, but it can be very easy to see that. Honestly, having the lever this time in place of how much gets destroyed instead of entire board reset kind of thing. We get to control it a lot better and iterate on that if we need to. So
yeah, that's true.
We've thought about it, but I could see, because I was just thinking about it, going, I reckon people need to get it. And I was just looking at it, going like, the idea that it's like, hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. It can be quite bad.
Well, so yeah, that's clear. Then you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the lever, waiting to like adjust it as needed.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with I mean, even if again, it's
Well, the thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah,
Because how can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, you know? It's yeah.
So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully, but I could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted for sure.
그러면 크래프팅은
like
어떻게 되는
ability to
거지?
sell, like the corruptions, double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in PoE 1?
Nah, so
Still
that
not
was really
still
more of a
not.
band-aid solution in PoE 1 because we
Yeah.
didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things you can trade. Like that, like trading the rewards was the reason why we did our temple itemization in the first place. Yeah, just if this time Fiddle would just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can, you know, be take back. You can take this. Yeah.
There's some really basic crafts that, like, you know, your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the temple, you're getting not just the opportunity, like, because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8. You know, I mean, Val orbs aren't even in the game at that point. So you have this thing where. It's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards, there is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for endgame.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to use later.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until end game?
Yeah,
You want to use those
so
patches then.
you'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but then just use it. You know?
It was a substantial buff to campaign crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like you basically go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms and you're like just going on a little crafting spree of like upgrading your gear. Like,
Yeah, I mean the temple. We it's funny because there's always the question whenever we make a league of like, well, what if people always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign, and it's like you really have to incentivize that to make it so that no, there's actually worth doing. Like you're going to get a substantial power boost if you decide to engage with the league.
Yeah, you could. It seems like you can kind of like hold off as well. Like you can be like, oh, my gear's kind of okay now. I'm going to do that a little bit later.
Well, you always want it to be both feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory that you're like, oh, what
Yeah, it felt like kind of a bit optional in the sense that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all my gear.
Perfect. That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing. Halfway through the campaign. That story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learned from Abyss, where we did the area-specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have also dropping here from the in-world encounters. So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
Yeah. There's obviously some modifications, but yeah, it's the same kind of thing.
We've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do, and we're just trying to make sure that, it fulfills that, it fills that budget, so to speak.
You're just getting a lesser dual resolving effect or something like that. Like similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I'll definitely, that was a really good improvement to the campaign, so it's good to see you continuing with that then. It felt pretty successful as a design decision. I'm really glad double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing from PoE 1 to be returning.
One thing we've changed here is that because double corrupt existed in PoE 1, you never Valorb gear. Well, I don't want to say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupted when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool. Right.
So yeah, you have to Valorb land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that.
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more because like you've got that really high-end unique with like a really good corruption already, and now you're risking that. You're not just risking a blank item on a double corruption. So like it's a heftier risk now in some cases.
I like it.
That's the Val spirit right there.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many divines at this point. It's like, oh no.
Some good streamer moments. So.
So you actually have to though, like it has to be crafted.
Yep, so you craft first and then you can apply the double craft.
Okay, cool. Keeps the usefulness of the Varlords there as well.
더블 컬업 하려면 먼저 컬업을 해놓은 상태여야 된다고 하네요.
Waystones or whatever, but you know, I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, you know, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in PoE1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, you know, I'm not sure if I do want to do that, just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But, you know,
consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement,
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of it in PoE1 recently, where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically at Zeri. No, what
Not at
is it?
Zeri, Val uniques. Yeah, so initially, I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique, but the problem is, yes, it was just a can of worms that like was just not even possible to contain. So yeah, basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques, and we ended up going with Val uniques, you know, for obviously thematic reasons, then we can sort of make sure that like, while it's still crazy, like there's still sort of insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens, but it does truly work where like if it's a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So yeah, you can create some...
You can use it on non-Val. It works differently.
I don't know, this is news to me. I don't actually know that. What is that?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in PoE1, so like re-rolls. The idea here is like, it's meant to work on these Val items because they've been like infused with royal bloodline blood, and so it's like the way it works on Val uniques is different to just random uniques, where it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically here, and you know, just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Val. So, and I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Val unique in order to use this. Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world, but I want it to be like, you know, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Yeah, using it on the Val uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, you know, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like, that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through, because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Zerfi's body armor that has like Soul Leader, and it's like a level 39 base type, and I'm thinking like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you could also be like, what about if we... Well, I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? So all of a sudden you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence, or something like that, you know? Now these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So then I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique. And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Val pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite uniques and other, So, you know, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specifics, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
so many
it's
things.
a lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, you know, ones at the end.
And
then
you've also got just the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? There's a lot of that.
Yes, true. And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level, and I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully, and it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means, so if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Val unique. Well, hopefully that's fun, and then you do the cool things where you just get these really, really. I assume you're going to get some that have these. You replace the exact 2 bad sides with the exact 2, because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the you get the exact like, holy, this unique just went from being worth something 1 divine to 300 divine, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad, but we'll try. You can never know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new Azira uniques that she's dropping in, obviously.
Yep.
Since she's kind of the queen of the
Yep, Azira uniques, Trial Master uniques, a bunch of stuff. So.
A fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then?
I mean, we'll be always adding more Val uniques.
Right.
So yes.
But in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form, in a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
Yeah.
In terms of the overall idea of upgrading low-level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever discuss the idea of Val skill gems? It feels weird to add that when you're still adding.
Yeah, it doesn't quite. So I mean, fundamentally, what a Val skill gem is in PoE1 is kind of ultimate type style ability in some sense, So it's we're kind of doing that in our normal gems at this point. So it didn't really quite make sense. To do it here,
it's like the glory on the skills.
Glory kind of
Yeah, that's what I figured. That it's kind of you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia value at this point, I think.
Now that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got, all the classes and skills in place and all that, I would say that's a like a post-release feature, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah, and. Are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc. Post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. It basically was kind of during early access, it didn't quite make sense to do that. But post-launch, we'll return to that again.
All right, shifting onto the topic of endgame, but first, just a brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery content in the new act, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress?
It is really just a matter of when, at what cost, etc. The classic, just resource distribution kind of things where it's when are we going to do it and what, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so but right now, nothing.
All right. So on endgame, firstly, thanks for nerfing the delirium fog.
Yeah.
You saw the memes, I guess.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying all the foggy memes everywhere. That's good. Visibility improvement for the endgame, but not only that, you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the tablet waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right?
Yeah.
The fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the fact that the effect is also annoying, so that was the first thing to solve, and it really then started coming into, okay, well, how people are finding waystone crafting more annoying, and we only made it more annoying in Abyss with the having to go somewhere else and get it, it just made it not particularly great. So the first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? And effectively we're kind of we can go 2 ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with the rewards, or we can say no leagues do, in which case it's more about which league do you want to run for different for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do, because I think that it's probably just less busy work, less annoying. If every league gave you something that you needed to craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're from this point on, just waystones, they all get regular, they'll have the regular crafting, just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again and a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent. Doing it on the tablets means that it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things, which helps a lot. And then of course the question was, well, how can we make sure that we're not doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into how can we get back the the power you had. So that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that, in order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more endgame for this expansion. So, what's kind of happened with the
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see as like the major problems in endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. Like you don't have an immediate like, okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing. And that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Vaal, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to endgame later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like the way that it works and all that kind of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks.
Like, so, but the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something. And that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So,
do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in Puppet?
Well,
pretty successful.
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because it's more for later. But yeah, we've got with the things we want to do.
We're trying not to spoil anything here. We obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar. It's like, it's in a whole different thing. So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the end game.
Yeah.
And so I do want to put like people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think.
아틀라스 패시브 리워크는 있으려나?
Just in case, you never know.
There's also different parts of the end game that kind of are like independent of the, just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yeah.
But yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So that will get a full drastic change, and then the something that like PoE 1 with the whole complete your atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. Boss farming and all the different progressions, and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure, and there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and a bit of that, and like the burning monolith, but it's still mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing, now I'm going to farm, at the moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that honestly we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like, that whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from PoE 1 was not our end goal. You know what I mean? Like they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic a lot. So we've got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like some of them are too, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance, and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated, and it was just like, and we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option: do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040, but then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing, so what can we do? Well, obviously we're not just going to be like, because we're doing it in 050, we'll just leave the fog alone. Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have this, so that was well. Like, we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate until we feel like it's about right. Kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh damn, it was just broken the whole time. But either way, like, you know, a player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended, so obviously fixing it is the important thing. But yeah, I know there's that guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
They can finally rest.
thank you for your service.
Your watch is complete. Yeah, so you can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps where like they have holes in the ground and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere. It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure. So you mentioned that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get in this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one because so when we were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. But we kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is that what we found was that even after we what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. We're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure the experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes, when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. Because like, there's obviously a point where like once you can one-hit everything, then there's no point in, like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that can do that is, right?
The lightning speed.
Right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful. So
the need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right?
You aren't just now funneled into
주문 쪽
the highest AOE.
재밌어 보인다.
So it means that like things that are
라는
less
생각과
AOE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you sort of want AOE. Sort of more
엔드 게임이 좀 더 주시해졌다. 너무 좋아졌다.
effectively just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the, like so much need for everything to target quite so many things.
정도밖에
the sort of higher
아직은 없는 것 같아요.
less, like not like more than a screen in size. Can actually
패치 노트가 나와봐야
that should hopefully
아틀라스 패시브 개편 좀 있었으면 좋겠는데 그거는 좀 봐야 될 것 같습니다.
Speaking of like Atlas tree, that's a thing where the Atlas tree should be the thing enabling thing that you can. It's like your build.
네, 그래도 파밍
I want to make sure like for now.
지금보다는 더 재밌어질 것 같다라는 생각이
monster effectiveness goes up.
들었습니다.
I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand because monsters just get stronger with higher levels. So like it kind of just happens. You don't really. It's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort.
맞아요. 패시브 노드도 조금 더
you can
다양해졌더라고요.
like on the Atlas tree, you know, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places. But I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, and stuff like that. So, but then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, you know, weaker monsters thing, and I don't want one to at that point you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops, and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize.
더블 컬업
One or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you prefer, rather than being like
whereas
everyone has to have most pack size as possible.
Whereas right now pack size is
알
just a
템플
drops XP scale. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses.
이 매핑보다 더 수익이 커질 수도 있겠다는 생각이 잠깐 드네요.
Like I want people to be able to do that, but that's what the Atlas tree should be able
거기서
to
나오는
However,
서커 오브라든지 그런 것들이 비쌀 거기 때문에
you get this weird thing where it's like the
사원만
campaign
계속
has a
돌아도
entirely different vibe to the end of the in game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of alright, and then you get towards the end. I mean,
버릇이 엄청 벌 수 있지
didn't
않을까
play 031 onwards.
라는 생각이.
It was just like, oh, okay, I'm going through the campaign.
근데
It feels
바알
a bit
사원이
tactical, feels a bit more, you know, intention.
맵핑에서
actions
만나는
more
건지
intentional, and
아니면
I get to endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere, it's out of control. And so obviously
어떻게
031
될지.
alleviated this a bit, but it is, I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two
모르겠지만요.
games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more stormy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like, ideally you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well. And that's the beauty of the Atlas tree, so, and the keystone and stuff like that. So, but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like
저는
spoiler territory. But yeah.
제대로 된 시작은 16T 아니 15T까지 빨리 등반하고 중재자 빨리 잡는 거, 그게 제대로 된 시작일 것 같네요. 그래야 서판들이 희귀까지 띄울 수 있으니까. 중재자를 얼마나 빨리 잡느냐가 초반에 역할이 꽤 클 것 같습니다.
You know, we did get to see a little bit in Period 1 where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like really strong word exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So
네, 중재자를 잡아야 서판을 희귀로 띄울 수 있습니다. 제가 본 게 맞다면 그 이전까지는 마법 바지밖에 못 쓰고요. 중재자를 잡으면 그 다음부터 희귀로 서판을 띄울 수 있는 걸로 아까 라이브에서 확인했습니다.
What problems you perceive with that? I get talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in PoE2 when we're sort of doing sort of from scratch pass on this is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the
그쵸.
amount of
일반 중재자 상관없죠.
takes to kill it. And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that it means that we can try to get like we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content, and so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is like we've got the balance of that where it should in an ideal world be the case that like killing a rare versus killing a white monster is does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is what if your build can one hit either of them in any case. So that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything still. It's just
it does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately. It's something that we're looking at then.
But yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to in order to kill them, as far as like they're relative to each other. So it's got it's got 5 times as much life as it does 5 times as many more drops. I think that's kind of what we're shooting for. We're trying to balance.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping a close eye on moving forward. So there's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Part of Evo 1, where like everything is in reward icons, the little floating symbols, and that seems like something you're trying to avoid.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE1 design where it was like every single league was just like this reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just had this thing of like every league drops, every other league drops, and it kind of didn't really like it wasn't really that great. So it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE1 even, and PoE2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that like everything feels drops and everything we do it makes.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like, for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vow, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
You know, like, but it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's some
금비성의 세계.
something. It's a clear and just obvious game
I
mechanic.
see some like floating glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guys loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. You can't have my loot. But I just remembered you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, did we? I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing, because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4, 2, you know, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things
Here on the minimap.
appear on the minimap.
You know, the funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right.
That's what I was just remembering. I was like,
we intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But
so
that
you
was
just
implemented a while
play your
ago.
map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen.
Yeah.
But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Not every icon. So strong boxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
Okay.
Just so basically you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Now some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map activating them all and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of just meant to be a, like, look, you've explored at least, I mean, like, if there's, generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Yeah, it's about kind of getting those last things.
And then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So yeah, it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground. Because so then at least you've done 75% of the map.
Holy shit.
Without just doing
뭐가 이렇게 비싸졌죠?
minimap gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But you know, that's a perfect example of, again, it's you know, it's why I don't want people to not give feedback, because like this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently. And so yeah, it's
a good case study, because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that, because this seemed like I love the rare icons, but I was definitely a victim of the like I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing
I think
here,
this is a good middle ground.
Yeah, it seems like it's saving
근데
players that feel like
환영오브 관련해서
I know I missed like
아니 지도 감정 주입 관련해서 얘기 없는 거는 좀 서운하네요. 이번 리그에도 또 그 짓을 하고 있어야 된다니.
You just said rare monsters, and I just had this random like.
Good. What more words can I say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it. But yeah, everyone forgot.
Good stuff. We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of
환영 어쩌고 저쩌고 했어요.
power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about here.
벨레리움에 관해서 얘기가 있었나요?
Power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in PUBG 1. And it's kind of like roughly, for an example, like the
못 들었습니다.
PoE2 passive is like 10%, whereas the PoE1 passive is 16%, whereas the amount on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on the wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power is kind of being shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is there something like you thought about or made like specific strides?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE2 was make it so that the tree is more like trying to be more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative of what your gear does. So that does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting the amount of power overall that you get from one or the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree, that it's specializing your character more like towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together. Like being sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and how to, which they're all different, right? The way that the monsters scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to like nerf from PoE1 or anything of that sort. That being said, yes. I mean, I don't. Couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that like we wanted the class starts on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally, the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the like class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE1 quite a bit.
The class starts were stronger.
You get the M on the top and stuff like that, and so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have like we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but
yeah, okay.
Just a little bit with more the ease of it, the ease of getting it. But that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess. More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I would say, I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is.
Just that like ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess like it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Like ultimately that's what it comes down to is like if I'm wearing all white gear, like how powerful is my character from just the tree? And that's like a little bit lower, I think, in PoE2.
And the reason for that,
some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE1, where there was more space stuff.
Right.
There. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there. Like, like the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be, because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, it's kind of
obviously that's not entirely base in PoE1, but because you have base life. As in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just like since you brought it up, I guess like still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah.
Like it's like we'd rather you specialize in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do. Never ending. So like the tree will just continue to evolve, and like we added a lot of passives at some point that were really powerful, and we intend to keep doing it. And now we've just added all the druid ones, but not just that. Like we added more like ignite support around the mercenary. For example, this time like isn't in O4O, we're doing that, and then there's some changes to like more some prod speedy stuff because like we're like looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale, and it's like, well, it turns out I can get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff and shoot them across the screen, and so like, well, how do you get that? Or something, So we're doing a bunch of like little increments like that, just based on what builds need. I know lead needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users, and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's gonna just honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm gonna increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably gonna end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place. So it's like, what did you actually achieve?
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about like why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life? There's a lot of ES scaling and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effectively HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and
I guess
gonna start listing off things I'm gonna nerf, I suppose. But you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming, but we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still gonna be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee-jerk reaction nerf kind of things around this. So like,
에너지 쉴드가 크레이지 할 거라는데요.
it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's
또
kinda hard
CI야?
to,
좋아요.
exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough. This is kind of where I'm at with that. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
A little nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of.
That is still the intention. That is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge. And then it's just like, well, now why do I care? You know. And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguis is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES leech. And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based, and as I said, yeah, historically it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff, and all of a sudden, oh, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more of that came about, and all of a sudden now, yeah, you've pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously you do this.
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And so it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded, like I've got 3 new people, I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite, you know. I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and top ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well, look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing.
진짜 설치 안 되나? 젠장.
It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and then trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I've got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be up to like what 1 or 2 of us. I mean, historically it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
You've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now.
Pretty much, yeah. And I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, it's a very, very. Considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that. It's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of you know, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want people to ever think that we're just like going to stop with this stuff. I mean, PoE1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh, you want to update, you want to make new, there's always you make bad things good, good things bad. Well, you know, bring them in. You know, whatever.
You want to make good things bad, quotable time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that. You know, it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and yeah, having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out, you know, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles and just let's fight more battles, you know. It's fine, which yeah, should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot, and even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities, and I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example. And it does seem to be other power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing, like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, you know, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and you know, it was something where like you would like you sort of had this baseline of like, you know, some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach, where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like, we probably need to have to look at it, but I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this, like, you know, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting. But anyway,
I particularly was. I particularly was like, I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they wanted you to think about them. You know, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation probably. Yeah. But yeah, like they I don't think that they were quite right for PoE2. So.
But anyway, that's kind of off the point. I just randomly started talking about stuff over.
We'll talk more on the
It's real easy to just pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry, but Yeah, there is an issue. I understand it, and I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand, but I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have them gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, but like, how do you itemize as a attacker? And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
And in
that
particular,
power.
that still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE1, you had this thing where, if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then, like Spellcaster was the thing you could do. And we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that, items do matter on Spellcasters.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract IR.
Yeah, I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure, the increase in mana cost. But
I suspect at the end of the day, it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz weapon is not the only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Like
that might be it.
And that's it. It's just if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough. Where it's like you instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of multiplicative ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that.
It's weird to me that like added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like, and maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know. Like, because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that plus gems is.
Added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist. Extra damage is there. Yeah, added damage we removed because you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being...
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like, I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling, though, back when we did that, there's this inevitable, like, we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that. Because, like, it is a very useful tool, but yeah, I think it kind of sucks as a thing, personally. I'm just not a fan of it.
The damage is extra... I mean, that's... Well, we've done I was just thinking of another change we've done here, so obviously I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons, so we'll say it's related. But in 040 we are doing a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before, just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't, I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes, so that's the damage is fire, the element damage is the types, it's the increased specific damage, increased spell damage, mana, the prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So, and then, so if you want, like, it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you, well, it was pretty much giving you more damage, I actually think it was, than a staff would have been able to. So at least now staffs are going to be better, but that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem, but it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
you actually made a ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through the campaign.
Yes. So when we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what do they do? And I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there, and you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate. Maybe. Where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just gonna hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are, and then all of a sudden like two-handed mace 5. It's got some implicit on it, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And you're like, I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
Definitely it isn't worth it.
it isn't, yes. The valuation of the implicit's damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's like, or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is this just whole of like 20 levels go by where it's like, I can't get a weapon upgrade, and it's frustrating. And that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately saw it. He was like, okay,
we're doing a little bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas like, you get to end game and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Which one is just going to bonk things with the slow, heavy hitter? And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the in-game choices for all of these weapons, bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base deep. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like, nothing make or break, but like, it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, you know, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but you know, it matters, like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff. It does, you know, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And you know, it's another one of these things where it's like, yeah, we just in the process of adding the druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do all the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this, you know, week to come and or quite close to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it's not to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them, but you know, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So yeah, I don't know. Anything.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity on gear, especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory, right? Like, what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our, you know, every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with it.
I think we did it again, didn't we?
희귀도.
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower. It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like, it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just that we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools that, like, in order to make it work. And it's like, this is the annoying thing. It's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod. Like, the mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't, like, for sure it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works, and which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's like, it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden. There's some formula somewhere, you know, that no one has access to, except for us.
And you've always been a bit secretive on drop-related stuff in particular, and like you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted. We were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value? But that is at conflict of removing it. So, you know, there's a little bit of like, we just got to pick our direction here. And
It's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. Like we can't say like the number of the okay, but that sounds a bit weird. But what I mean by that is like it's not like that when you get that it just increases currency. Like it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working to result in that, and that's why like the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah, it's like sort of, yeah, I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated. And there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point, even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be.
I think the takeaway is Jonathan said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it with the one call.
That's very it's okay. I don't need to understand it.
It's exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a it's like it's 100% the same type of problem. So what should Dex
Jesus, yeah. What do we make Dex give rarity?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Dex scales currency drops.
Yeah, exactly.
Through several layers of abstraction.
And gold find if you're a wiper.
I only feel like
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes sense.
Oh, sure.
Okay. On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear cut winner at the moment overall. Just in terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with like fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with like the balance between the elements?
I'm not going to say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable, now 10. We've done, I think all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased, so they stack additively with the tree. So, you know, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame, just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are
휘려침 너프했다고 하네요.
aren't lightning builds necessarily. But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about a like let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, you know, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, you know, kind of enjoyable. So again, it's more important to not just nerf. Oh, now they're equal. So yeah, I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious. So at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like it seems like, you know, one of them should be more damage, and one of them has like more utility, like cold would freeze and chill.
For sure. Like cold was.
But ultimately, people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So like, while it may not be damaged directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level.
I mean,
you know, you need to, you know, it needs to, or rather, it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So you know, that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but that's what I mean, right? Because
and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, but I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that, you know, the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AOE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning, stuff like that.
Yeah, shock. I mean, shock is pretty hectic.
Yep.
kind of, you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold, obviously you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting, or the monsters are sitting in there, then you know, poise time
이어서
before
써야
they can be
되겠다.
CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill, well, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So like already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100, and in some cases, you know, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like, even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure.
Yep.
So even if it was meant to be those 3 ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, Shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say Chill isn't strong, not to say Freeze isn't also obviously powerful. You know, they will have their time, and they may have already had their I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there and all of that as well. So, you know, it will always change, but yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the Shock back and some of the other just outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But it's very important not to just do a like, I hate lightning, goodbye lightning, you know? It's like, be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do, for sure.
Yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think
Yeah,
it's just,
exactly.
I think it's just the
That's what
feeling
I'm
when they're like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning. That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic. You kind of mentioned, you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging elements, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with like hit damage and crit so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, like
Yeah.
Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something, we just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through, again, a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat, and it doesn't have enough. I mean, well, yeah, it is, as you said. It's just, well, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's. I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
backtracking a little bit on the like gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like, I don't know, like, oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal? Is being
well, you said
busted by the
essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything or anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal
yeah,
things.
it's a few.
Yeah.
Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I mean, I think it's
then?
way better than it was before.
Yeah,
Like,
100%.
Right.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but you know, it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting the, you know, it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, you know, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like, it's done, my character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, you know, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like
I
that.
think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from. And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard, for sure. Like if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong, like for example the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So like now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can grant high value. That's not intentional. Like the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes, but I definitely feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, there's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually because it, you know, I would rather just craft from a white base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good, and so what's the point? But yeah, there's a bit of that, and so, but again, it's very important with these kinds of things not to just like, yeah, that's obviously right, let's just change everything and now item gearing is just ruined, because like you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So yeah, fine-tooth comb, being very careful with it.
Yeah, okay.
For sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Like, Omen of Homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like you're pretty happy with overall?
I think overall I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about abyss craftings now that that's going core? Is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making and crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of waystone crafting from it.
Yeah,
there'll be a few number changes around.
Yeah, just little bits here and there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so like either way, there's some, you know, some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing like, no significant change to that at this point, for sure. But it's still there. When you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons, or it's like, oh, there's things here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses. I think it's 6, and each give throughout the entire campaign. Each will give a crafting thing, so you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts. Awesome. If you explore and do the areas and see it on your world map if you've done it or not. And, so you're giving you a bit of that throughout, so we don't lose that the league had. And then in-game, sure, use your tablets and start running it and want to get the crafting.
Well, I'm amped to hear that like overall it seems to be fairly attractive, and people are definitely a huge fan of like the direction crafting's taking in it. So I'm excited to see getting built on with like the sacrifice of Vile stuff, new Vile stuff. Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition. Raising core of like what's considered like baseline gear. What's your one exalt gear basically goes up a lot. But also like getting it more accessible to get like to craft or to attain the really high-end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Has the game got a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final products earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
What about as an overall?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, you know, work within that.
I'll tell you, like, if we have a in-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trade.
Good. Right. We're past that. We're fine. We can put that in our review. Excellent. Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it's been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy.
It's honestly quite hard to tell as if you the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to
But then at the end of the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, you work with it and just deal with it. So, you know.
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like good gear super easily, that they would stop player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like there is, to an extent, the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play, they gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result, like in a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen, but at the end of the day, like retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, you know, like if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because you know, when it comes right down to it, like our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that you, each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So you know, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So you know, retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly in that way.
It's hard to fixate on
yeah,
that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like, what are we doing? You know, like how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get fixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can, on some level, judge the success of how much people like the league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much time.
But yeah, like at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it. Because like that, you know, as long as they're like happy and they want to come back, you know, then we're happy.
If you have more fun in a smaller amount of time, then you're more likely to come back next league, and that's a bonus.
That isn't necessarily a problem.
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others.
Okay. Well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out in the crafting trading thing. I'm super interested in the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact on the whole, like, 0.3 for like a huge impact on crafting and trading. Agreed. So good. Yep. So good. Alright, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think it's like everybody goes feel it's that now. We're done now. Can we scroll to the things? Okay. So we have just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat. It's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know.
이동 속도 관련.
It's the speed at which you move.
Very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys could type just saying instead of just chanting.
Well, I mean, adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them, and it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like get the double socketable effect on boots, put all the removal speed runes in, and it's like, well, great, now you got. And you know, it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool. What else is not much else has really changed
kind of
there.
like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits, things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit speed on boots as you go up or something like that. Yeah, I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always will.
That's a thing, yeah.
There's probably some people that want to move
faster.
It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well, to some degree. But
I've been more on that side of things. Like, maybe make some of the maps a little smaller, so that move speed's less important. I feel. We don't like mandatory mod items on. It was that. Thanks, team. Just confirming that. Yeah, I feel like that's been discussed fairly well at this point. Yeah,
we're at the same stance on that, really. Which is, it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. You know, it's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other, because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on, you know what I mean? So
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely, but is that...
we've done number buffs at the very least.
이동
yes.
속도
I think almost every ascendancy class has some level, like honestly,
룬
some of it is
관련
like one node
너프가
change, some of
있다고요?
it, like for example, Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and like we got rid. I mean, Pathfinder just did, that we got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that like multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, wow, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the PoE1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, you know, for just like, you know, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes, I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, there's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now, but again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's
our
quite a lot of just monk
list.
generally improvements as well, just balance-wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got
Been pretty
changes
in the-
everywhere.
in the thick of it,
I think the
balance.
patch notes currently lacks. We have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific Spectres. Like we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases. So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like sort of different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like, you know, 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. And specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like, not, because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player, and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player, because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, there's no player for them to target. There's only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a hard set of patch notes for that. The other thing is, I think we're still doing. I've held back from the patch notes. I held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that. Just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. A couple of ice ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement. The ice ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is, and that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now. Because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
We've been updating the patch notes over the course of the week now, so people should still expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes.
I know there were like, I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that. Again, mostly focusing on in-game ones, boss ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common, we've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that, and done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't
I saw a question about that from I'll throw the links on the expert in the chat. But the monster changes, like making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time. I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around, but this, what I was talking about doing will, yes.
Okay,
It just, what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says, will be in a post later this week. Or later, you know, in the week coming.
So a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right. In any game, ever. No, I mean, because it's kind of true, right? Like,
it's quite, there's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game. It was like water staves are over in the corner crying. It's like, no one pays any attention to it. It's like, doesn't count as well. It's like a half brain person,
Stormwave really melee, you know, then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
right?
I know.
Is that,
And I know, we need swords. Yeah, I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
The swords are, from talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point we will have swords, I can promise you that.
It's, the importance is understood. It's,
Yeah.
a bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah. Sure.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes, some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like, just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. At the end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes. You know, kind of a lot better now. Sure, they nerfed it. But yeah, lots of like, around the. I mean, honestly, like I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made, maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game, but certainly the gap is narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other, and less bad about decisions. So that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually, but a huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Alta Louis, you know, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit, for sure, sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one where like having an uncapped combo thing, then you get damage per combo. Obviously, one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well. Some of these outliers 100% brought into place, given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplay things to be a bit better, and just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision we can? What would we do? And it's like, it require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now?
빡세겠는데요?
Rework later to really give it what it truly should be. If so, let's do that, and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same
아니,
assessment.
잘 잡히네.
And just try to do that for literally.
The Balanced Ninja Squad is currently focusing on PS4 transactions.
Yes, but for things that are not maybe
Getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. It seemed like at one point like druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or they were like
a long
that
time.
was
ago.
actually for the huntress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, weird. Yeah, so it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
Probably
Like,
not anytime soon.
less interesting options. Yeah, alright, cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time.
So
And yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time, but it's much more close than it was last time. Like, there's just some stuff that needs to happen, but like, you know, it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But yeah, like next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's like, it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems, because like the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all. And you know, yeah, it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get to it.
Looking forward to it. So I can
Yeah, I know,
actually
I
do
know.
inventory management.
I know. We will have it, but yeah.
Controller inventory.
곧 있으면 패치 노트인가?
Okay, good news. It's being worked on daily. It sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
Don't really have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, it's gotta. I really want it to be next year. Like, I really do. So, you know, like it'll be. I really want it to be next year.
We certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to do. It's certainly by having to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might just don't. But
you need to do.
We want people to play the game still and enjoy it, and you know, do what we want to do. But so yeah, you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of like we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean that has an expense.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but
look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy. So,
that's true.
Yeah,
that's
so
true.
that's what he's having first. So you know,
it's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
With the performance improvements, which look like really impressive,
Yeah,
and, even more than the 25% you're saying, like looking at the side-by-side footage, like it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because like that's kind of like I want to make sure. Like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver was the plan, but effectively, like I've been focusing a lot myself actually, and trying to like make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so you know like GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Even really fast CPUs were having issues in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, you know, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before, and you know, just traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. So yeah, like now, there's so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up. But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They, you know, consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. And yeah, it's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launch, just because, like, you know, like the thing with multi-threading is that, like, yeah, depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause
한번 줄 때 됐다, 스발린.
We don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Yeah, effectively, that would be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. You know, yeah, I probably should make like a video on exactly, like, you know, some of the, like, go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
It feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding
ridiculous
things that, like, oh, we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
Yeah. It's we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and yeah, like it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is, like, I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point, like, when I'm looking at it now, I'm like, we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally like really on this every time.
Yeah, I have. Just because it's been such a big issue, and you know, like, I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And yeah, as I said, like, already it's so much better now. But yeah, we'll be even better than that.
Awesome, fantastic. It's great news. Patch notes are here.
So
we'll end there and let
no one's
people
interested in listening to us anymore. They've got
everybody's gone. No, thank you very much, guys. That was a pleasure to talk to you once again. And I look forward to checking it out.
Excellent.
Thank you.
It's good to have you here.
Alright, thanks for the questions, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for watching.
Camera's on, so I'll just look at you.
패치 노트가
Right.
떴어요. 잠깐. 게임할 때가 아닌. 오케이. 뭘 먼저 봐야 되나? 드루이드 추가됐고 패시브 트리에 250개 이상의 새로운 패시브 스킬이 추가됐고 강력한 서포트 8개 이상이 새롭게 추가됐대요. 혈통잼이겠죠? 심연은 기본 게임에 추가됐고 2막부터 심연을 만나볼 수 있고 서판으로 하는 거네요. 잠깐만요. 로아부터 볼까요? 잠깐만. 로아 스펠링이 어떻게 돼요? RH OA 로아 탈 것은 이동 속도를 증가시키지 않고 페널티 100%요? 100% 감소? 아, 민용주님 어서오세요. 피르침은 너프를 먹었네요. 피르침은 20에서 10으로 그 피르침 개수가 너프가 됐고 라이트닝 에러는 라이트닝 에러 피르침이랑 같이 있을 수 없게 했고 물리 데미지가 라이트닝 데미지로 80% 컨버트가 되고 뭐야 왜 더 좋아진 거 같냐? 레드아이 먼저 보죠. 윈드워드가 리무브 됐다는데 윈드워드가 뭐예요? What the fuck? 윈드워드? 아, 댐감이 사라졌군요. 불스아이가 콜드샷을 리콰이어먼트하고 불스아이가 예? 콜드샷츠가 뭐야? 치명 약화를 10을 어플라이하고 아 이거구나. 아 징표 찍는 아 윈드워드가 사라지고 미라지 데드아이라는 게 생겼네요. 미라지 데드아이 메타 스킬을 그랜트하고 미라지 데드아이는 레인지드 어택 프로젝타일을 발사하는 동안 미라지를 크리에이트 한대요. 아 그냥 POE1에서 똑같이 미라지 아처 보조잼이네요. 리추얼 리스트 Corrupted Life Force가 also has you deal 15 more damage. 블러드 보일에 의한 Corrupted Life Force라. 아 시장 환자 좀 볼까요? 시장 환자 150% 증가로 바뀌었네요. 커럽티드 매직 주얼 똑같고 아 근데 150% 해도 주얼 소켓이 마혹 소틀이 333% 소울코어 소켓티드 인크리스 이펙트 원래 666%까지였나요? 쓸만해졌네요. 순풍 너프 했네요. 아니네? 회피 너프되고 스킬 속도 1% 너프되고 뭐야 이건 처음 보는데? 스택당 튕겨낸 데미지의 1% 예방 10% 데미지 증가, 글로벌 디펜스 증가, 코스트 이피센스 증가. 달리기 공격은 달리기 중에 심한 기절에 걸리지 않게 됩니다. 어? 패스파인더가 쓸만해지나? 달리기 공격이라는 게 뭐예요? 러닝 어설트? 이동 중일 때 페널티 50% 감소였는데 달리는 동안 헤비스턴이 걸리지 않는다로 바뀌었네요. 오, 패스파인더가 마법사 시작 지점에서 패시브 스킬을 할당할 수 있대요. 오, 페퍼가 이제 여기서 시작하는 게 아니고 전사나 마법사 시작 지점에서 전직 노드를 통해서 어? 각 선택지는 패시브 스킬 포인트 4점을 부여합니다. 타이탄 혈마법사 스토미바 잼링 어? 맥스레즈를 올릴 수 있네요. 인보커 티어가 상승함에 따라 무리 크기가 조정되지 않고 고유하지 않은 몬스터의 효율이 증가합니다. 효율? 드랍되는 아이템 양 생명력 경험치 양 서파는 이제 4개의 보정치를 가지는데 보정치 4개를 만들려면 중재자를 처치해야 됩니다. 중재자는 더 이상 희귀한 손상된 태블릿을 떨어뜨리지 않습니다. 팩 사이즈 버프, 희귀무 버프 아니지. 최소치 버프 됐고 희귀 브리치 몬스터가 맹공을 가지며 희귀 브리치 몬스터의 효율성이 50% 증가했습니다. 탐욕의 신전이 날아갔네요. 나틀레스 패시브에서. 희귀도 증가를 할 수가 없게 됐네. 내 머릿속에서 나가 환영 패시브가 오 좋아졌다. 마법 몬스터가 드랍하는 아이템의 희귀도 100% 증가시키고 감정 추가로 획득할 확률을 25% 증가시키고 어? 더 이상 액체 감정을 사용해서 웨이스턴을 주입할 수 없대요. 뭐야? 감정 주입이 안 돼요, 이제? 지도에다가? 델리에 더 이상 보상 막대 표시기가 없으며 델리 몬스터가 리퀴드 이모션을 드랍할 확률이 생겼습니다. What? 이게 무슨 소리죠? 정제된 감정을 이제 지도에 주입할 수 없다고요? 진짜 이거밖에 없네. 이거 그러면 이제 지도에 감정 주입이 안 되면 너프 아닌가? 조삼모사 같은데요? 서판 희귀 서판 쓸 수 있게 해주고 지도에 감정 주입 안 되게 하고 그러면 당연히 최적화가 되는 게 맞지 않나? 이 자식들 이거 최적화를 한 게 아니라 감정 주입을 안 하고 환영 안개를 없애면서 그냥 좋아진 거 아니에요? 음. 아르준 메달이 석공 치명타 땡기면 장전할 필요 없이 계속 쓸 수 있겠는데요? 100% 확률이라는데? 치명타를 가하면? 아르준 메달 비싸겠는데요? 혹시 스파크 잠깐만요. (20에서) 207에 310 좋아졌고 13 245 스파크 더 좋아졌네. 제 냉기주입이라 이거는 모르겠고 볼라이트닝 좋아졌고 폭발창이 되게 좋아졌네. 모리오르가 좀 좋아졌네요. 방어력 회피 애쉬 보호막이 400% 증가로 중재자 모리오르를 쓰게 될 수도 있겠네요. 마옥서틀도 333%로 버프를 먹어서 희귀도 스태킹인데 그러면? 정신력 홈당 14까지, 원소 저항력 10까지, 어트리뷰트 증가 플러스 1 더 됐고, 글로벌 디펜스 2% 증가했고요. 모리오류. 숲의 여왕은 회피 600당 이동속도 1% 증가로 들어오긴 했네요. 그리고 이동속도 25% 증가가 붙어있네. 근데 이속 최대 50% 증가로 제한을 했구나. 좀 안 쓸 것 같은데. 하여튼 놀라운 힘. 헤비스턴한테 50% 모어 데미지가 25%로 바뀌었군요. 음... 차율라 저거 뭐예요? 공허 환영? 보이드 일루션. 레스피터 보이드. 이게 뭐였지? 구르기를 사용하면 복제물을 생성하고 복제물은 적에게 피해를 받을 수 있으며 파괴되면 피해를 주는 폭발을 일으킵니다. 굴러서 터트리는 거죠? 데미지가 2배가 됐는데요? (4초) 쿨다운. 모르겠는데요. 전혀 감이 안 오는데? 이게도 땡기려면 마옥서틀 들고 모료를 껴야 될 것 같긴 한데요. 그렇게 해서 아니다, 마옥서틀 들어갔자 모료를 들어야 될 것 같긴 한데. 큰일 났다. 아. 튕기나? 빨리 정리하고 닌자 좀 살펴보죠. POE2 닌자 희귀도로 볼 수 있나? 있다. 리추얼리스트 스파크였나요? 기바람이고 뭐야 컬업해서 희귀도까지 붙은 미친 반질고 연대바리오스의 컬업해서 희귀도까지 붙은 스펠 스킬 데미지 레스피스 교체 저항이 없는데요, 이 사람? 예? 맞다. 어택 스피드 기바람이고 시야이고 인보커요? 아나리치라. 아, 장갑에서 하나 챙겼구나. 이 사람이 희귀도가 200. 잠깐만요. 아, 피 출렁이는 건 싫은데. 스파크? 아, 네. 패치노트 맞습니다. 모르겠어요. 번개 차원 이동이라. EHP도 높았으면 좋겠는데. CI. 이게 뭐죠? 아이스 스트라이크?
Ice Strike is a combo of
M. 진짜 편한 건 아마존이긴 한데 희귀도 땡기려면 리추얼리스트를 해야 되긴 하는데 리추얼리스트를 하고 뭔 스킬을 써야 되죠? 애매하네. 베이션. 아, 스파크도 재밌을 것 같긴 한데. 심은 아이템이요? 아, 잠깐만. 심은 확인을 안 했네요. 심은 제작은 그대로 남아있는 거죠? 보존된 척추뼈가 더 이상 떨어지지 않습니다. 척추뼈가 저거였나? 지도 붙이는 거였죠? 심연 제작은 그대로인가 봐요. 그러면 서판으로 심연을 무조건 써야 되긴 하겠네요. 선도자 심연 하나 의식해야 되겠네. 맞네요. 보존된 척추뼈. 지도에 바르는 거가 없어졌군요. 그럼 나머지는 그대로라는 거니까? 심연 카르페팅 그대로라는 거니까? 심연 무조건 넣고 파밍해야 되겠네요. 한영 감정주입도 사라졌어요. 보셨어요? 지도에다가 여기 있다. Waystones can no longer be instilled using liquid emotion cell. 이제 정제된 감정으로 지도에 주입하는 게 더 이상 안 된다고 합니다. 대신 서판 희귀로 쓸 수 있게 해주고 그렇게 되나봐요. 그러면 환영 감정 사용도가 조금 많이 떨어지는 거 아닌가? 아니요, 목걸이 성유는 해야 되니까 환영 감정은 있긴 하죠. 있긴 한데 저렇게 되면 그 뭐죠? 환영 보스 잡는데 그 재료를 얻기가 힘들어지니까 환영 사판을 넣고 도는 사람도 생기겠네요. 환영 보스 입장권 모아다가 팔면 그 아이템 레벨이 높게 떨어지니까 거기서 파밍하는 사람은 무조건 있을 거라. 그거 말고는 환영 보스 입장권 말고는 감정은 사용도가 좀 떨어졌죠. 목걸이 성유밖에 없으니까. 뭘 해야 될까요? 리추얼리스트긴 한데 근데 너무 불안정한데. 그냥 아마존하고 편하게 할까요? 잠깐만, 저거 확인 못했어요. 독사투구 이름이 뭐더라? 아예 없네? 건드리지도 않았군요. 그러면 그냥 잠깐만, 그 잼 봐야지. 그 잼 뭐였죠? 드루이드 어세님. 비파이. 또 설명이 없었네. 아마존 해야 될 것 같은데요? 아무리 봐도. 아니, 너무 편해서. 독사뚝에다가 그 장갑 아이템 뭐죠? 피해 장수 끼고 생흡 한 줄 챙겨주고 패스파인더도 좋아 보이긴 하더라고요. 그 달리는 동안 강한 기절 걸리지 않아서. 변기창이요? 아... 아, 근데 리추얼리스트가 희귀도 땡기기엔 참 좋긴 한데 안정성이 너무 떨어져서 아마존 하는 게 맞아 보이긴 하는데요. 너무 똑같다. 아. 엑스블라스트를 쓰는 사람이 있었어요. 저항과 희귀도 땡겨줬고 스펠 스킬 스펠 스킬 스펠 스킬 이거요? 저게 아마 사슬 폭발인가? 사슬 폭발 이렇게 해서 묻힌 다음에 터트리는 거예요. CI는 아니라서 좀 단단한 거 하고 싶은데 임박한 멸망이요? 임박한 멸망. 저주 종료 시 멸망 폭발 발동. 아, 보조잼이군요. 저주랑 같이 쓰는. 마나 스태킹이겠네요. 그러면 CI, EB, MOM 가겠네요. 더블드 마나 코스트. 아, 이건 너무 느려 보이고. 덕스님이 마지막으로 했던 이게 EHP가 어떻게 되죠? 14,000? 네. 푹 주무세요. 너무 낮아요, HP가. 알겠습니다. 근데 그렇게 변한 게 없어서 아쉽긴 하네요.
Had a bloody turncoat try to aid pirates. Bugger's been dealt with, but we're down a man.
Silver Springs Eternal. 메타 스킬 추가적으로 정신력 점유 효율을 가져갔구나. 인보커.
I love this job.
전염, 절망. 에센스 드레인은 많이 썼었네. 정읍. 얼음 타격이 높네. 해성. 아, 성유로. 코바일드, 시아이. 리치 하나 챙겼어. 챙길 거고.
I love this job.
인코드님이었나? 인보커 하셨던 게 토리 선생님인가?
Damn this luggage.
아니다. 원함도 아닌가 봐요. 아마존인데 아무리 봐도. 떨어지는 천둥이라. 창이라.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
잠깐. 아, 모르겠다. 화장실 갔다 올게요. 아, 레노쿠님 어서오세요. 그냥 가장 EHP가 높았던 캐릭터가 뭐였을까요? 데미지 준수하면서 인보커 얼음 타격 회피의실 중심으로 챙겼고 튕겨내기도 챙기셨고 MF 너프 들어온대요. 그래도 여전히 MF 영향을 받긴 해서 한 100은 챙겨야 되지 않을까요? 딱 100 정도? 그러면 그죠. 굳이 리추얼 안 해도 되죠. 와, 세다. 인버가 세네요. 정신력이 몇이야? 827. 이 많아잖아. 정신력이 322. 글로벌 디펜스. 와, 과대망상이 미쳤긴 했네. 엑스트라 카오스 데미지로 챙겼네요. 왜지? 에너지 보호막 차지가 5초 보조잼 좀 보죠. 삼일째.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
아, 근데 너무 느리지 않나? 얼음 타격? 아니 뭐야, 크로노맨서라는 사람이 있어요? 이 사람은 서브틀 마스크를 무조건 찍었겠다. 경험치 획득. 음... 다대망상으로 가져갔구나. 와, 씨. 이번에 새로 생긴 그 스킬 있잖아요. 그 육척봉에 이거 이거 이 스킬 관련해서 어떻게 짜볼 수 있지 않을까요? 나는 석궁 요거 쏘는 것도 좀 맛있어 보이기도 하고. 이거 재밌어 보이는데? 아, 피해 정수를 써야 될 것 같긴 한데요. 그럼 아마존이고.
Damn this leg itch.
그러면 와일드 그대로 쓰고 마나리치 챙기고 음... CI 타면 기절 챙기는 게 문제네. 여기 챙기면 되겠죠? 음...
Damn this leg itch.
게임 critical chance increase damage 두 번 관통하면 돌아오는 투사체 회피 31%와 동일하게 튕겨내기 가져오고
I love this job.
아직 패시브며 뭐며 들어온 게 없죠. 이거 이동 속도는 아니었나? 아, 회로의 추격은 이거죠? 아무리 봐도 공속 땡겨서 스킬 쓰면서 이동하는 걸로 해야 될 것 같은데요. 이동 속도 너프가 심해서. 와, 진짜 모르겠다. 네. 화살 추가 발사 사라지고 추가 발사할 확률이 들어오나 봐요. 대신 추가 발사 룬은 그대로 남아 있어서 추가 발사 룬 하나는 넣을 수 있고, 그리고 아마 패시브 스킬 트리에 pop건이 얘기하기로는 패시브 스킬 트리 통해서 찍을 수 있을 거라고 얘기하네요. 아, 근데 이동속도 너프가 너무 심해서 저거 뭐죠? 육첩봉 쓰고 그 시즌 1 때 스테스테크 했던 게 이게 무슨 스킬이었죠? 템페스트 플러인가?
I love this job.
템페스트 플러리가 맞죠? 복질. 아, 맞아요. 잠깐. 템페스트 플러리가 육척봉인데? 템페스트 플러리 쓰면서 아마존인 건 없나? 있다. 원함들.
Now, what was the name of that wench last night?
와, 씨, 이건 데미지가 육척봉을 사용하는 것처럼 공격할 수 있다. 아, 이거 덕분에 템페스트 플러리를 쓸 수 있는 거구나. 속지를. 이번엔 육척봉을 직접 드셨고. 장착한 장비 방어구 아이템은 회피당 공속 증가, 매실당 크리 증가. 펄링 썬더는 뭐죠?
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
정확도 스태킹, 템페스트 플러리. 이거는 벽파장법인가? 서브틀 퓨즈 마스크를 안 쓰네? 홀리 쉣. 미쳤네. 와, 내 마나 코스트가 빡세다.
Damn this leg edge.
이번엔 카드 도박이요? 아니요. 안 들어옵니다. 말전, 천둥의 전령, 삼위일체. 오 5개월 전이라. 아니면 진짜 플리커나 해야 되나? 재밌어 보이긴 해요.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
아마도 그럴 거예요. 충전이 필요할 겁니다. 그래서 얼음 타격이랑 같이 쓰는 것 같아요. 아니면 폭풍의 질주? 권능 충전당 추가 타격. 그래서 권능을 빠르게 충전하고 타격을 때리는. Holy fuck. 재미 원툴인데. 진짜 재밌어 보이긴 한단 말이죠.
Now, what was the name of that wench last night?
오픈 토요일 새벽 4시입니다. 다음 주 토요일 새벽 4시에 오픈합니다. 인퍼널 크라이는 보스 때 지르는 것 같고요. 스켈레톤 워리어는 미니언 데미지 얻으려고 하는 것 같고, 이너베이트 마우타
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
미니언 소환하고 세크리파이스해서 인퍼널 크라이 지르고 차지드 스태프로 권능 충전을 어디서 하는 거지? 권능 최대치를 타락 옵션으로 챙긴 거죠? 철거인트 그러네. 두 번째로 스켈레톤 소환하는 거고, 저는 보스용이고.
I love this job.
프로페인 리추얼이 뭐야 저게? 부정한 룬을 증표로 남겨 지속 하우스 피해를 주고 시신이 소모되면 권능 충전을 얻고 이걸로 권능 충전을 얻나봐요. AOE 퀘스트 스피드 플러스 1. 템페스트 플러리는 왜 쓰는 거지? 폭풍의 질주는 경로 얻으려고 쓰나봐요.
I love this job.
할로우팜 너프 먹었고 엠버 퓨실 아 이게 정읍이구나. 블러드 메이지 스파크는 잘 터질 것 같고 이 사람 매실 재충전을 혈표도 높다. 아, 하긴.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
아, 매실 재충전을 노드로 챙겼구나. 기절한 개치랑. 음, 주문은 힘들어졌단 말이죠. 룬 한계치 때문에. 스킬 레벨을 많이 땡길 수가 없어서.
Damn this leg itch.
맞네. 이것도 있죠? 아, 스킬 속도 때문에 비워놨구나.
I love this job.
리추얼리스트. 오픈엔드인 거 보니까 잠깐. 소용돌이백이 아니면 얼음 타격 아니면 플리커로 가야 되겠는데요. 폭풍의 질주 아니면 가삼님 어서오세요. 네, 새 시즌 열리면 기존 시즌은 스탠다드로 편입되고요. 처음부터 다시 시작하게 됩니다.
Now, what was the name of that wench last night?
아, 플리코 진짜 재밌어 보이는데? 이 사람 진짜 게임 재밌게 플레이하는데요? 아, 너무 느리다. 네, 13일 새벽 4시부터 시작입니다. 예? 이건 중재자 저게 아닌데요? 이렇게 가? 음...
Now, what was the
뭘 하는 게 좋을까요? 너 이렇게 쳐볼까요? 베스티스트 빌드. 할로우판 몽크. 이 사람도 할로우판 몽크인가? 아, 이게 할로우팜이구나. 스피드. 이 사람 데드아이였나? 아, 그러네요. 팔이요? 하하하하. POV가 잘못 들어가져 있는데? 데드아이를 한 이유는 순풍 때문이죠? 순풍 차이 크겠네. 원함도 재밌어 보이는데요? 원함도 관련 있었나? 원함도 어택 타임이 어택 스피드가 늘었군요. 원함도 재밌어 보이는데?
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
아, 김용수님 어서오세요. 이거를 이번 시즌이요? 아마도 어남드 할 것 같습니다. 이동 속도가 룬이 한 개로 제한이 돼가지고 스킬 쓰는 걸로 빠르게 움직일 수 있는 거를 해야 될 것 같아요. 스킬 볼까요? 근데 이거를 어떻게 잘 섞어서 피해 정수 쓰고 CI 타면 좋을 것 같긴 하거든요. 아, 근데 공속이 많이 느리겠네, 그러면. 그냥 인보커로 할까요? 인보커가 낫겠는데? 이 사람이 데드아이였죠. 데드아이가. 법권이요? 모르겠습니다. 이거는 자율락어. 드루이드요? 그렇게 빨라 보이지 않더라고요. 근데 모르겠습니다. 패시브 트리 좋으면 생각해 볼 만하죠. 아직 패시브 트리 공개가 안 돼가지고. 나중에 확인해 봐야 됩니다. 이거 가지고 건드려 보면 되겠다. 뭐나 그랬지. 메디테이트. 아, 중요하죠. 정신력.
Damn this luggage.
회피실 높은 갑옷 쓸 거고. 지금 그래픽카드요? 3070 씁니다. 잼 소켓이 나머지 아이템들은 다 ES 베이스로 갔겠지? 회피 신발이네? 아, 튕겨내, 어, 서브털퓨즈 마스크도 안 썼고, 목걸이 성유를, 할당을 어디 쓰고 있는 거지? 딥트랜스. 보다는 서브털퓨즈 마스크가 좋아 보이는데?
I love this job. 라이프 플라스크도 경로 얻는 걸로 바꾸면 좋을 것 같고. 리그월드는 더 좋아졌고,
인텔리전트 소프트 스킬. 음.
Damn this.
경로를 플라스크로 얻고 레이지를 미니언 팩으로 바꾸고 마나 코스트 때문에 나왔나봐요. 템포럴 체인. 아, 이게 저주를 내 주변으로 퍼뜨리는 거구나. 대신 저주당 정신력 60 먹고. 근데 60인데 왜 20이나 먹었지? 모르겠다. 아무튼 템포럴 체인은 거는군요.
I love this job.
찰즈드 스태프로 이너베이트 받아서 이너베이트 동안 템페스트 블러리로 때리는 건가? 상, 에너지 쉴드. 그리고 스테고니 팜이랑 홀링 썬더로 한 방에 터트리는 거죠. 콤보당 3% 모어 데미지. 아, 이걸로 강력 기절을 걸면서 방어 곱하기를 거는구나. 아, 김준영님 어서오세요. 며칠을 쉬는 거냐고요? 저 딱 하루 쉬었습니다. 무슨 소리 하시는 거죠? 하루보다 조금 쉬었나요? 아무튼 윈드 댄서로 회피 얻는 거고. 아, 근데 윈드 댄서가 너프를 먹었던데. 아닌가? 아닌가 봐요. 혼은 바람의 무이 너프 아니었나 봐요. 혼의 춤이었나? 혼의 춤이군요. 대신 만화 점유, 아니 정신력 점유가 좋아지네요. 와, 근데 너프를 좀 많이 먹긴 했다. 3초마다 한 번씩 얻었었는데 6초마다 한 번씩 얻는 걸로. 마피 축하드립니다. 드디어 행복 POE 하시는 거군요. (7%) 레스 이그나이트. 아, 혼내춤 너프 좀 그렇다. 투로 마음이 떴다고요? 아니요. 저 원 켜져 있는데요. 무슨 소리 하시는 거죠?
Let's get that loaded! I'll give him the word.
그래도 이제 곧 다음 주면 시작하니까 준비는 해둬야죠. 어떤 걸 할지.
Off they go.
맞다. 치프틴 소실 속력이요? 캬. 화염저항 200% 맞추시겠군요. 캬. (13일) 새벽 4시에 열립니다. 아 근데 이동속도 너프 심하긴 하다. 필원 장비요? 아니요, 그냥 이대로 둘 겁니다. 트로피 장식하듯이 그냥 이대로 둘 거예요. 암브로시아. 아, 그치. 콜라미네이션에 암브로시아. 스태그팜이랑 폴링 썬더랑 콤보를 쌓아서 한 40스택만 쌓여도 터트리는군요. 차지드 스태프는 그 이전에 충전이 되어 있어야 되네. 음흠. 윈드 팔. 버거 픽셀. 킹 썬더 얘기는 없었고. 템페스트 플러리 얘기 없었고. 쌍전용인 거죠? 썬더 아이스, 윈드 댄서. 혼내춤을 뺐네요. 오히려 괜찮다. 서브털피지 마스크도 쓰고 있고. 시야인데 이걸 왜 쓰지? 그러면 원함대로 잡고 인보커 가는 건 처음이라 연습해야 되겠는데요? 이 사람 정리 잘 해놨다. 와, 최고예요. 미쳤다, 이 사람. 막간까지 쿼터 스태프 쓰다가 엔드게임 가서 바꾸는군요. 처음에는 쿼터 스태프가 더 좋다고 하네요. 오펜시브 앤 디펜시브 노터블. Holy shit. 화장실 한번 갔다 오겠습니다. 아이고, 아이고. 아이고. 예? 이걸 왜 찍지? 연습이요? 그러게요. 일단 저 차 눈 치워야 돼가지고 밥도 좀 먹고 그러고 다시 킬게요. 점심쯤에 간단하게 먹고 차에 눈도 치우고 그러고 오겠습니다. 일단 여기까지 하죠. 점심에 오겠습니다. 숑.